Hello, and welcome back to the 3UP Moon live stream, everybody. It is Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a good week. Hope you're having a good weekend so far as well. And it is Saturday, February 11th, 2023. Yesterday we dove into a brand new sort of randomizer challenge with the Legend of Zelda NES Ancient Dungeon Challenge. This is put together by Arn Polly in 2022, so last year, and it's really cool. It's a really fun way to dive into the Ancient Dungeon or into a Zelda dungeon, a 255 room Zelda dungeon. So we tried yesterday and we were able to get to room about 109 or so, but it gives you randomized enemies and it gives you randomized items. Now it's actually a lot more akin to an experience like Paper Mario Black Pit, which is a ROM hack for the original Paper Mario 64 that I've played and streamed on the channel multiple times. In fact, if you're watching live on twitch.tv/3up_moon right now, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to check out some of the other playlists, the previous part, so yesterday's stream where we first dove into the Ancient Dungeon Challenge, as well as some of the different challenges that we've done on stream, like Triforce Hunt challenges in randomized versions of Link to the Past, one-hit KO challenges of randomized versions of Super Mario Bros. 3, and multi-randomizers where I try and randomize 5 Mario games and do extra long streams where we beat each one using the same seed. So a lot of fun, a lot of cool stuff planned in terms of the world of randomizers for the channel this year, and this is something new for us. I've always wanted to try the Legend of Zelda NES randomizer. I play a ton of Link to the Past randomizer, mainly because that's the game that I'm mostly familiar with in terms of 2D Zeldas. But I will be doing a vanilla playthrough of Legend of Zelda NES at some point on the channel so that I can dive into the Zelda 1 randomizer, which is different than this challenge. So keep an eye out for that. We're listening to different video game music today, and we're going to be diving into the Ancient Dungeon very shortly. So thanks for hanging out. Happy Saturday. And don't go away. It's starting soon. One quick shout out to our community. I want to say again, thank you to Swimmer Bruno and to Caffeine Terry and Liquor Drums for the recent entry to the Discord. Basically, we've got a growing Discord community. You can check it out over on our Twitch and YouTube pages. There's a direct link to it, but also I will be posting a link in the chat. I do regular Saturday morning cartoon style streams there where sometimes in the evenings we will stream classic cartoons, classic animation, and we'll do indie games and other dungeon exploration games. So if you're into dungeon crawlers and dungeon exploration games, which I'm a huge fan of, you can check out stuff over there. And I also want to say thank you to Eternal Symmetry for the recent raid, Mighty Collector for the recent shoutout, and Kitty Tetra and Saber_544 for the recent raids. And lastly, thank you to Henny Blank for the resub. Enjoy those emotes. Thank you for the constant support since the very beginning. We're starting soon, so stick around. Hello everyone, you should be able to see me behind the moon and hear me and see and hear the game. This is the Legend of Zelda Ancient Dungeon Challenge. So we're going to start, press that start button, there's going to be no overworld, we're going to have randomized rooms. It doesn't matter which door we go into, we actually can't backtrack, so it's all about pushing forward, taking care of these enemies, and we'll have randomized enemies and bosses, and you'll just see how it works. Happy Saturday. You let me know if I need to adjust the audio at any time. It's sounding pretty okay for right now, but if it gets too loud, let me know. It's pretty straightforward. This is our dungeon. We cannot leave. We start off with a standard shield, and if we're walking towards our enemies, they're shooting projectiles at us, then we'll be able to block certain projectiles. But if we're standing still and the shield is facing the enemy, it's not going to do anything. We need to be moving forward towards them. And yeah, that's it. Ancient dungeon in the top. There's no map. And it counts the rooms. Like I mentioned before, you actually can't... Oh, apologies. You actually can't backtrack. Alright, so if we go back, it's actually going to take us to a random room. It doesn't matter which door we enter. So, like I said, it's all about just pushing forward, taking out the enemies. This is very much a combat-focused challenge as opposed to a puzzle-focused challenge. So very, very much like Paper Mario Black Pit, which is what I was talking about before. It's essentially just a roguelike dungeon exploration combat-focused challenge. So if you like the battle system in Paper Mario N64, then it's all that challenge is really about. Damn. I was talking about the movement like I knew what I was doing. Doesn't mean I'm good at Zelda, come on. And we're going to do a lot of restarting, so that's okay. Okay, so we basically have no bombs, no other weapons but the sword. Now we got bombs. And I've pretty much discovered, I've tried every possible room that I can, that there aren't really any hidden bombable walls, because it's not really a puzzle-focused challenge. Pretty sure you just have to keep moving. There's nothing to push to reveal a secret door. Nothing like that. Nice. Now we're on room 8. The farthest we got yesterday was 88, but then we beat that personal best at the middle of the stream we ended up doing before we switched over to Link to the Past, which is what we'll likely do today. It's going to be a Zelda day, Zelda Saturday. We beat that record with room 109. So that's our new personal best. As I mentioned before, there's 255 rooms every time you attempt this, and Zelda's in room 255, Ganon's in room 253. Or 254, sorry. So there's technically 253 explorable rooms. Pretty interesting challenge. Apparently something like this exists in a similar sort of way, where you go room to room and you just push forward and you have randomized rooms, essentially randomized challenges, for Super Metroid, of all games, called Super Metroid Arcade. Highly recommend checking it out. It was recommended to us yesterday. I looked it up, and definitely very similar to this, in that it pushes you forward. It'll always send you to a different room. And I'm always intimidated by like entrance randomizers, because you really got to know a little bit about the game. I mean, the first game we ever played on the stream was an entrance randomizer, which is funny. It was the Ancient Cave Challenge in Earthbound. It was very similar to this, in that, you know, all the maps, not just dungeon maps, but all the maps in Earthbound are woven together to create an 8-level labyrinth that we're kind of just digging through, exploring. And you don't have to worry about the story in Earthbound, because you start with all 4 people, all 4 party members, but you still have to explore the game, find all of the shiny spots and the melodies, and take out all the bosses. The bosses will be randomized, and same with the enemies that you fight, even to the point of the music and the colors and shapes and patterns in the animated battle backgrounds, believe it or not. It's pretty fun. We ended up doing it for the 1-year anniversary of the stream as well. But it's very similar to this. There's also a couple other games that have similar challenges, like Final Fantasy 4 through 6. I'd be curious to learn a little bit more about it, just to you know what I'm prepared, to be prepared, basically. Know what I'm going into. Hey, Zombie Paper, welcome in. Are we in room 333? No, not yet. We have 3 hearts. We have 3 rupees. We have 3 up moons. We're on room 3. 3 enemies. 3 doors. got Octa-Rocked. We got Octa-Rocked. We got Octa-Rocked. We got Octa-Rocked. That was very, very convenient. You could even say that was very, very convenient. Yes, and the blue ring. So we're going to have higher defense, higher attack, plus we just healed ourselves. That's perfect. 12 rooms in is pretty early for a boss. But I think the way it works is every 12 rooms now we're going to have a boss. Something like that. We'll have to see. Whoa. Yes. Nice. So, if my theory is correct, room 24 will be a boss. Let's see. Jeez, if I can get there. Come on. Sheesh. Psh. Half a heart, come on. No, we can do this. We can make this run last. One more time. One more attempt, otherwise we'll start from the beginning. Yep. Perhaps we don't have enough of that jazz cabbage in our life. That Legend of Zelda jazz cabbage. Do you like jazz? Shouldn't have taken damage there. Yeah, we definitely were doing way better yesterday. Yikes. Okay, one more time. I'll be right back. 1 second. Here's a good question of the day for everyone watching on YouTube or watching live in the chat or the YouTube comments. If there is a retro game that you'd like to see a similar challenge like this, like the Ancient Cave mode or the Ancient Dungeon mode, implemented within, what would it be? I know we had some conversations yesterday. Somebody suggested Super Castlevania 4. I think it'd be really cool to see more games with this type of mode built in. What would you like to see in Ancient Cave mode in? Tomb Raider on PlayStation 1? Quest 64? You could argue that the cave dwellings and the mining and the whole cave expedition aspect of Stardew Valley is very much based off of like a similar sort of concept, where it's different every time. It's quite interesting. I really like it. So yeah, let me know what you'd like to see, what game you'd like to see a similar type of mode in. I know you can do it for Earthbound. We've now got it in Legend of Zelda NES, but it's also something people play in Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 randomizers. What else would you like to see? The Pokemon Mystery Dungeon series is very similar to this, actually. We played a little bit of the Game Boy Advance one, Red Rescue Team, And we'll probably dive into it again in the future. But it just didn't grab me the same way that this did, or other challenges have.
Pizza, spaghetti, meatballs, salsa, cornbread, ravioli, green ravioli,
Ravioli. Ravioli.
pizza, spaghetti, meatballs, salsa, cornbread, ravioli, green ravioli. Pizza, spaghetti, meatballs, salsa, cornbread, ravioli, green ravioli.
Sorry, the break is just taking a little bit longer than expected, but I'll be right back. We're back. Are we back? We back, we back, we back. Thank you for your patience. Yes, sir, back at it again. Welcome in. We're taking on this randomized dungeon challenge in Legend of Zelda NES. I'm hoping it's not too loud. I feel like the game audio might be a little bit too loud, but let me know. Happy Saturday. Welcome in, Bada Boom Chess. There's no map in this. There's no overworld. You just start off immediately in a dungeon. And what's in this dungeon? Lots of things. Lots of enemies, randomized drops, randomized items. And a boss will show up at random every X amount of rooms. That's going to be different every time. What they drop is going to be different every time. No bombable walls, no secret blocks to push. I had a feeling. I had a feeling that if we bring this down and this down, this will be a little clearer. How's that? Probably a little bit easier to hear. But yeah, it's a really cool randomized challenge. You don't need to, like I said, you don't need to really focus on puzzles. It's a combat-focused challenge. And yesterday we tried this and we got all the way to room 109. There's 255 rooms, so it's a pretty big amount. And it doesn't matter what door you go through, because if you backtrack, it's not going to take you back to that room. It'll still take you to the next room. That's probably the oddest thing about the challenge, because I'm just so used to playing games like The Binding of Isaac Rebirth and other dungeon crawlers where you do have to backtrack. So this is what happens if you go back. Thank you for the posture check. I'll just get that going. I got a little bit of some coffee kicking about. Nothing wrong with coffee. I mean, it's not really hydration, but I know the Redeem actually says H2O. Still delicious. Yeah, exactly. It's really just about clearing. Absolutely. All the time. I'm probably going to make more. Maybe even at 8. Make more. But yeah, just clearing through the rooms is the focus, right? There's a mod of Paper Mario 64 that we've played before called Black Pit, which is very similar, where you just battle after battle, you take on different randomized enemies. Nice. Wow. That's unfortunate. They don't do a lot of damage to us. No. Yes. That Keese was driving me batty. Come on. Still, though, Tektites are my least favorite enemies. These things. It's just really hard to predict their movements. Have I played Super Smash Bros. Infinite? It's a project. Oh, it's a mod of Project M and features like 150 characters? No. Actually, I was feeling super nostalgic about Super Smash Bros. Yesterday. About how I used to love playing Melee, like all the time. And then Brawl really kind of burned me on it, I guess. Maybe just because I played through it too quickly. I really enjoyed Melee. And spent like a ton of hours getting all the trophies, unlocking all the characters. And I guess because I did it over time, I think that's probably why I enjoyed it. But with Brawl, I stayed up in line outside the game store for the midnight release. Like I basically like just waited in line, but I waited in line for like 24 hours. It was pretty ridiculous. The only time I ever did that is for Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And then I stayed up all night with my cousin and beat it without any sleep. Like we beat everyone's story mode in like 2 days, if that makes sense. Like, didn't get any sleep. By the time we were at the end of it, we had just pushed past the point of, you know, sleep deprivation so many times. And then I just didn't really want to play or run tournaments or like try out different characters because I feel like I burnt myself out on it. And then I didn't own a Wii U, so what did I get next? What was my next purchase for Super Smash? Because I couldn't wait, I bought the 3DS version. So I solidified that nail in the coffin and really burned myself on the Smash series in general. Oh, nope, we're not doing the boss in that room. Okay, let's just start from the top again. That's the only time I ever did it. The midnight release was for Super Smash Brawl. But I do really like Ultimate. I watch people play it. I was just reminiscing about how I used to play a ton of Super Smash Bros. 64 growing up, and Melee was like one of my most played games on GameCube. Oh, nice. You did the midnight release for Smash and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and the Wii release. The Wii was magical, honestly. It was a good system. I liked it a lot. In fact, I was saying the last time... So we recently played Mike Tyson's Punch-Out! Randomized, which randomizes just some subtle aspects of the patterns and stuff like that. And that game and this game, Legend of Zelda NES and Mike Tyson's Punch-Out!, I actually played so much more when the Wii came out. I had them on Virtual Console. I have them both for NES, but I didn't play them as much on the NES as I did with the Wii Virtual Console for whatever reason, with the Wiimote as the, you know, turned to the side as the NES controller. The last time I played and beat Legend of Zelda NES was like 12 years ago, when the Wii came out. Brawl is definitely the worst. Yeah, I just didn't, you know, I didn't hate the art direction. I didn't hate the feeling of the controls of the game at all. It didn't feel that floaty to me. Like, it was certainly different than Melee, but I'm not playing competitively, right? I'm not, you know, entering tournaments. I was just kind of playing for fun, so. The dream one day is to build a portable Wii, because I see those are possible now by cutting the motherboard down. Oh, nice. Very cool. Portable Wii. I've seen someone do a portable GameCube with the controls, or the controller on the side. That's neat. That's very neat. Yeah, I just googled it. There's portable GameCubes I've seen, but a portable Wii would be pretty rad. I was also talking the other day about Mario Galaxy. Mario Galaxy 1, I really enjoyed it, but I enjoyed it like tenfold on the Switch when it came out for the 3D All-Stars collection. Yeah, I knew we were going down. I just really enjoyed it on the Switch, and it was almost like it was built specifically for the Switch. It's like the system it should have been on, so it really made it hurt even more that they didn't include Mario Galaxy 2. but I recently, I think like a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, beat it on the Switch and absolutely loved it. Oh jeez, what a way to start. Okay. Let's just get these slimes out the way. So yesterday we tried this for the very first time. The personal best is room 109, but there's 255 stages. And then we also messed around with the Link to the Past randomizer, playing as one of the Earthbound characters, trying to hunt Triforce pieces. So it's been a very Zelda vibe going on. I know they just did the Nintendo Direct, announcing the Tears of the Kingdom trailer and stuff. It looked really good. I still have yet to play, like the two main series Zelda games I have not played, Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild. Some people will call me crazy and be like, what, you haven't played Breath of the Wild? I really enjoyed Pokemon Legends Arceus, and everyone was like, this is like a not as good Breath of the Wild. But I'm still in the middle of playing that, and I'm probably going to end up playing Breath of the Wild at some point. My favorite 3D Zelda game is Wind Waker. I do really like I like Twilight Princess, and I do really like the N64 games, but Wind Waker's the one I've played the most. Ah, the Wii Boy. Nice. GameCube is backwards compatible, and it's not emulated, so it's real hardware that plays perfectly. Nice. And you know what? The GameCube discs being small would work. I guess you'd put the Wii disc in there. It'd be like having a Walkman. You're on the bus. Would it skip? That's the real question. This is awful. Thank you, Zombie Paper, for taking care of that follow-unfollow bot. Holy crap. Okay, this is combat heavy. And I feel like this is not a great position to be in. Whew. Alright. I hate snakes. This is wild. So as I asked before the break, just another opportunity if people are just jumping in. What retro game would you like to see a similar challenge like this implemented in? Apparently there's one that exists in Super Metroid where you go from room to room. It doesn't randomize enemies, but it does let you go from room to room. And essentially not backtrack and have to keep pushing forward. It's all about exploration. Why does it always have to be snakes? Well, we already called the snake Indiana, so we had to call you Indy. That's why he hates snakes. Fuck. We get the health and we lose the health. What's up, Inorama? Welcome in. Whoa. Oh, come on. So friggin' close. Let's go, let's go. Those Tic-Tacs. Oh, fuck. So yeah, I've been doing more cartoon streams these days, and also just posting more about comics. So if you're not a member of the Discord, feel free to join. I've been trying to get into more just classic comics. I actually didn't realize that recently I just learned that the creator of the Yu Yu Hakusho manga and anime is the same creator of Hunter x Hunter. It kind of makes sense now when you look at the character designs. I did not realize that was the same creator. But I've been reading the Amazing Spider-Man comics, like the one that started in 1963. And to be honest, there's so much Marvel stuff and superhero stuff out there that they really interest me. But the TV shows, I don't know if that's like the way I want to consume the media. Like I'm more interested in diving into graphic novels and comics. And so that's something I'm reading. I just recently finished going through like the Akira manga. And I was actually wanting to look into some classic Osamu Tezuka, like Astro Boy, Blackjack, like some classic manga that I haven't read. I've seen the TV shows and adaptations, anime adaptations for those shows, but I think it'd be cool to dive into the manga. You'd love to see some speedruns for obscure retro titles. Oh yeah, there's a couple channels. I don't know if they're still doing stuff, but there's this one guy that was on Twitch doing NES speedrun marathon. So they would actually like try and speedrun 20 games. And for some of the games, you know, you can actually technically speedrun it in like 15 minutes or 23 minutes or something like that. So they did like 20 games. But, you know, Mario 1, Mario 2, Mario 3, Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Chip 'n Dale Rescue Rangers, Blaster Master, Metroid, like games that are not necessarily quick ones to beat, and games that are, all mixed in. And they would do that every night. It was like training. And you could see like their speedrunning split on the top right corner, and their whole layout was all set up specifically about doing a marathon and beating their personal best in every single game. Now, they only solely played NES games, and that was like their thing. Only NES games, only speedrunning NES games. I've seen the TV show, Full Metal Alchemist, but I've never read any of the manga at all. That might be one to check out. I did really like the story. I liked some of the. I guess there's just some darker parts in the story that were really intriguing that you didn't really see in anime at that time. Or I didn't see in anime at that time. And I really liked the show. So yeah, that could be a really cool one to check out. You're also a fan of a modern manga called No Guns Life. Cool. Never heard of it. Ooh. I'm so hungry I could eat a Dodongo. Here, eat this bomb. You kidding me? Yeah, I was gonna say the animation didn't play, so I was like, what's going on here? Do I have a goal stream, like a special stream I have in mind? Well, always have new ones kicking in. So like specifically yesterday was a special stream because we dove into this. I've been wanting to dive into more. Specifically this year, I'm trying to dive into more randomizers, so if anyone wants to suggest games they want to see me play, games and randomizers they haven't seen me play, because I've done a bunch, but mostly it's been like Mario, and there's a whole bunch of other ones out there. But we recently, in January, almost a month ago now, wow, we hit our 2-year anniversary of the stream. I did a little bit of a 2-month hiatus. I got COVID, and it was pretty rough, and then that recovered, and then I went on a family vacation, which was really good to clear the mind. A lot of stuff going on just in life and stuff like that, so that's great. But then also lots of things happening with work. So I took 2 months off, but we're back to streaming every single day. We did a big celebratory 2-year anniversary stream. Oh, Wii Sports Randomized. Oh my god. You know what? How funny would that be? I would love to. That'd be really funny. I want to check out a few things. So there's a couple things I want to check out this year. I want to check out the BizHawk Shuffler. I don't think I can get it working on my Mac, but it's a thing where essentially at random intervals of either 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes, you'll be playing a game, and then you'll just see like a little signal in the top left, like a little symbol, and then that will tell you that it's going to switch to a new game. So I've seen people do these BizHawk Shuffler streams where they're playing Final Fantasy 1 through 6, and at random intervals it switches them between one game to another, which is just it's pretty wild to think about, but that's something I want to try. I do the retro roulette stream, so I don't think it's that different than people spinning the wheel, and I think it'd be pretty fun. Hey, Mighty Collector coming in with that raid, doing a action figure unboxing stream over on Collector's channel. Thank you so much, Zombie, for shouting out Mighty Collector. I was hanging out there just before the stream. I learned some things like there was a WWE Superstar and He-Man Masters of the Universe crossover action figure series, which I had no idea was a thing. Pretty fun stuff. I don't have my alerts on right now, but no fancy fanfare or anything, but welcome in everyone. If you don't know me, my name is Matt, otherwise known as 3up Moon, and I stream here every single day from 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific. And before we dive in, because we're just kind of in just chatting mode, let's get some better tunes going here. Here we go. We got some music from Jazz Jackrabbit. So yeah, welcome in. I do this every single day around this time. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, it's my weekend. So you can typically catch me here at 10 a.m. Pacific. And I also do cartoon streams and comic streams. I'm going to start doing some comic streams in where we just hang out and read comics together in my Discord channel. So if you want to join there, you can. Ravenous Lobo, welcome in. Loving the wall meat. Normally I have animations and sound effects and stuff built in, but that's also part of, that's what I was just talking about before the raid. Different things I aim to do this year. Try out the BizHawk Shuffler. Try out brand new randomizers because I love randomized games as well as like roguelike and dungeon crawling experiences that are different every time. So that's what we're doing today, is we're doing the Ancient Dungeon Challenge. If you haven't heard of it, it's the Legend of Zelda NES. And there's no overworld. You just start right into a dungeon. It says room 18 in the top left. Well, there's 255 rooms in this dungeon. Room 255, Zelda is there waiting for you to save her. 254, Ganon is there waiting for you to smack him across the head with a light arrow. And that's it. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's randomized every time. I've done a similar challenge to this called Paper Mario Black Pit, the roguelike pit challenge. It's very similar, where you go room to room, you can't backtrack, and you just take on battles in the original Paper Mario 64. Very, very fun. I'm having fun with it. I haven't tried the Zelda 1 randomizer before, and I think it's giving me enough. I think once we get through this challenge, I think it's going to give me enough confidence to take on Legend of Zelda NES Vanilla, maybe with some help from people in the chat, and then take the next step into the Zelda 1 randomizer world. There's lots of cool stuff you can do with it. Link to the Past is a game that I play a lot more, and I play randomizers of that a lot more just because I understand where things are a little better. But I also like kind of being thrown for a loop a little bit. Like, throw me a curveball. I'll play Kirby's Adventure, Castlevania 3, and Pokemon Stadium 2 randomized. Just why not? Okay, we got some Mario music going on. I'm just gonna go quickly. I got some water boiling. I can hear it, so I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll dive right back in. Thank you again for the raid, Mighty Collector. I hope you're all having a good Saturday so far. Now you have to dig yourself out of a mountain of trash. It's all the packaging. I'm way up here on Packaging Mountain. I'll be down in a moment. Alright. My coffee is ready. Coffee this late? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for the shout out earlier, Mighty Collector, and always just for showing up and showing the support. I really appreciate it. We learn a lot over in the cartoon streams over in the Discord. I've got a really fun channel called Vocal Asteroid, or Voice Asteroid. It's basically all about voice actors and in cartoons. It's a very small world, the world of voice acting, and you'll often hear the same person showing up in most cartoons, classic cartoons, throughout the 80s and 90s. I just want to do a shout out and a thank you to Eternal Symmetry for the raid yesterday, Kitty Tetra and Saber544 for the raids, as well as Henny Blank for the resub at tier 1, Adeptus Toaster for the follow, and Rocktree for the 100 bits. Thank you. Okay. You should be able to see and hear me. Let's go. So I can choose a door, but it doesn't really matter, just for anyone that's joining. The way this works, it's pretty simple. You start in room 1, and you gotta go as far as you can, and the furthest that we've gotten is room 109, so we're gonna try and beat that today. Plus, with select, we can choose our weapons. There's no hidden doors, there's no secret things to push. It's very combat focused. Ah. Are we gonna get this guy? Like this. Only way. Ho ho ho. Thankfully we had bombs. And if at any time you need more game audio or less of me, just let me know. Because we are going to be jumping around through a few games today. Ooh. Yes. 'Cause I'm the slime coming out of your TV set. Oh. So I've talked about this before, but Zelda Classic is a game engine, a sort of fan-made game engine that, we'll just start from the top, a fan-made game engine that is basically based off of this, has Super Nintendo-style graphics, like the BS Zelda games, and takes some cues from the Link's Awakening games, some mechanics from the Game Boy games as well. And it's essentially like somebody remade the original quest and the second quest of the Legend of Zelda NES in that style using this engine. But then there's now this huge community of people that have been making their own custom quests and fan games and stuff using that engine. So there's tons of different fan-made quests that you can play with Super Nintendo style graphics and the exact same style of combat as this. And I used to play them years ago. In the early 2000s, I used to play a whole bunch of different fan-made quests. They're super fun. I think it's mostly like a Windows thing, but there's definitely tons of people who still play and make Zelda classic stories and quests. And very similarly, there's something that implements mechanics from all the 2D Mario games called Super Mario Bros. X. We've done a couple streams of it way back when we started the channel, and there's custom-made fan games and quests that people have made there with, 8 worlds and a whole bunch of 2D platforming levels. Even to the point that you can play as Link with Zelda 2 sprites as a platforming character. It's pretty cool. So both of those things, they're fan-made engines, and there's pretty big communities around the engines, the people that use them. If you're into that sort of thing, I highly recommend checking it out. Zelda Classic and Super Mario Bros. X. Yes. Perfect. If we get arrows, it's going to cost us rupees for each arrow. It's just how it works in this game. Whew. Yes. Those are some pretty cool figurines that you opened, by the way, Mighty Collector, today on stream. I'm glad the cornfield internet worked for you. I also think it's hilarious that you actually have that as a tag, and I do love that Twitch lets people put their own tags now. But the figurines are pretty cool. I was surprised. I said this in your chat, and I said this in my cartoon channel as well on Discord. I was kind of surprised that they're still making figurines that are based off like the classic 80s designs of like the Masters of the Universe characters and other cartoons. You had mentioned that there's a series of like that old school animated Dungeons and Dragons cartoon. That there's a series of brand new action figures, a brand new line that's come out based on the original designs. It looks just like the original 80s designs. But I guess, there's a market, and if people are big enough of a fan of the show. I didn't realize the Dungeons & Dragons cartoon was that popular back in the day, but if you think about when it came out, what's the movie that Tom Hanks was in? His first movie ever? Mazes and Monsters. Clearly based off of Dungeons & Dragons. He plays a character, a person who, it's actually a pretty dark movie. A person who is clearly dealing with mental health issues, who connects with some new friends that play Dungeons & Dragons, and it was kind of like propaganda against playing Dungeons & Dragons, so it wasn't really a great film, or at least the story it's based off of felt like that. But basically, they believed they were their character, and I'll leave it at that. It's worth watching. Tom Hanks plays a guy that gets way too into his D&D game. It's a pretty random movie, but it would have come out around the same time that TV show did, and a lot of people were playing Dungeons & Dragons for the first time. So I guess you could say it was the height of its popularity, so it makes sense. There's apparently a new Dungeons & Dragons movie coming out as well. It's kind of a new thing to get stuff that's actually accurate to old cartoons. In a lot of cases, Mighty Collector's saying the toys came first and cartoons changed up the designs. Interesting. So then they never really had the chance or the opportunity to put the close to the cartoon designs out there as action figures. That's kind of cool. Come on. Yes. Oh. Watch out. Yep. You're mine. It's like popping bubble wrap. A lot of rooms ahead of us. I usually just go into whatever door is closest to us. It's like path of least resistance in that way. Whew. Come on, give us some hearts, or a fairy, or some fairies, or some hearts. Yeah, it's a bad room. I'll give it one more shot. I just don't want to have to start from number 1 again. No! I mean, what's the point? Should we? I should just disable save states altogether and just get good. We keep getting off the rocked. In the case of that Dungeons & Dragons cartoon, there was an old board game called Fantasy Forest that had minifigures of those characters as its pieces. Interesting. You found a copy at Goodwill once, and just, what the hell? Fantasy Forest. It's like, imagine you found an old board game version of a game very similar to Sorry, and instead of just the colored pieces, each figurine was like Cloud, Sephiroth, Tifa, Barrett, and they were like bootleg little figurines of like chibi versions of the characters. You'd be like, what? It's called Ultimo, and one character is Shrek. With a gun arm. Yes. Get out of my swamp! Shrek gun arm would look the most legitimate. Gotta love putting on a headset and hearing Shrek with a gun arm. Nice. Is that like right what you just walked in on? That's perfect. This is what it would be like to work in an office with me. You'd be walking past the water cooler and that's all you'd hear. You would actually just hear me war crying, "Get out of my swamp." And then there's just a pause of silence, and then you just hear me saying, "So can I put you down for 4 orders?" "All right, thank you, Mrs. Johnson." "All right, well, I will give you a call later, and I appreciate you giving us your time today, and you should see those shipments on your way shortly." Then you realize I was on a call with the customer the entire time. But my sales numbers are through the roof. Hey, do you have those forms? Get out of my swamp! Yeah, you're in their personal space. You're gonna you might want to just talk to them later. Maybe send them an email. Oh, nice one, Tight. That's the thing. You can't predict their movements, but they also like to jump on top of you. And also, just when you think you're like out of the range of the Tight, they'll land on you. Like I've said many times before, least favorite enemies. They're a little bit better to deal with in Link to the Past, but in Minish Cap, whew, baby, they brought him back. Oh, son of a bitch. Too many bats. Yes, you can. Yes, I can endorph. Alright. No. I feel like my D-pad is just a little bit off. Maybe it's just me. Doctor, my D-pad's a little discombobulated. Well, you're gonna have to stop spamming the same combos over and over. Enter this password and call me in the morning. Wait, I don't get this. I can't read this. Abu, Aladdin, Genie, Jafar, Abu, Aladdin, Genie, Jafar, Genie? Yep, enter that password and call me in the morning. Slow and steady. Fuck that. So dumb, but we survived. Come on. Yeah, there's definitely a delay in my D-pad here, which is quite annoying. Such a fake out. Oh. What's wrong with us tonight? We got this. Fuck. please. No, no, no. Oh. How close was that? Yikes. This is a cool challenge, but goddamn. The snakes are hard to deal with sometimes, but they're also... You can sort of manipulate them. They're a bit more predictable than the Tektites. Every time I hear Tektites, I think of Deadites, which are from the Evil Dead Army of Darkness series. And then I think, well, what are the zombies from Zelda called? Because it totally sounds like what a zombie from Zelda should be called, and they're called Re-Deads, which are also cool. Very different than undead. They're re-dead, they just die again. They don't undie. Holy shit. Oh. No, I want to be able to do this. Oh. Yes. We did it. With the sword beam. Oh, goddamn. Nope. Why? Why would I do that? Fuck. This isn't easy. Woo. Take it anyways, let's go. Whew. Completely unnecessary stopwatch, but that's alright. Yep. Keep it moving. These four-eyed devils are pretty interesting, where they turn into the two bats, the two red bats. I really like that how simplistic that is, in terms of you introduce a new enemy design, and then when it splits up, it turns into two stronger recolors of another enemy, but you never see the red bats alone. You need to break apart a demon to get the red bats. So I think that's really interesting. And if I was making a game, I would totally borrow that concept specifically. Even if it was a beat 'em up game. Imagine if you beat up a standard beat 'em up enemy that was like a tank, and when you busted it open, two stronger versions of other like robot enemies or something like that, or android enemies, showed up. And they're a recolor, but they're stronger, and there's like a purpose for the recolor, I guess. As opposed to just the blue Octoroks, it's like, okay, well, they can take 2 hits as opposed to 1 from the red ones. But that's pretty much it. It's just like a simplistic color thing, but I think it'd be really cool to borrow that idea of the demon. The idea of the demon. Yes. Number 30. You're here confused about whether the levers used a sprite from the different game, or you're just not seeing them in the dungeon. Or you're just not used to seeing them in a dungeon. The levers, what are the levers again? I know there's the likes, which we haven't run into yet. We've run into the Garayas. Are the levers... They're the things that dig underground and come back somewhere else. Oh, I don't think they show up in dungeons. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think back to the original. Do you get those burrowing lever enemies in the dungeon? Typically, I don't think so. I think is it not like an overworld thing? But then where else would you see them? I know you see them in the overworld. I think that's the sprite though from this game. Doesn't feel like a sprite from another game, but I'm pretty sure maybe they don't show up in the dungeons. So I would love to see something like this with Link's Awakening or Ocarina of Time. No, how Ocarina of Time would be cool. I meant to say Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons, but yeah, the 3D games would be cool too if you could somehow just combine all the dungeons together. $33, look at that. Okay, confirm. They don't show up in dungeons in vanilla. Nice. Yeah, part of their sprite when they dig or go back into the ground, they've actually got the orange sprite, which is the dirt. So they actually have dirt as part of their animation, like right there. So clearly not meant for this area. Ah, wonder if there are any interesting hacks like this for Link's Awakening. I don't think so, but there's an item combo randomizer. One of our community members and another streamer, Revan XVII, they often actually have informed me about many different randomizers I didn't know about. But if you go to the Game Dev Lab in my Discord, there's some talk about it. The Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons. It's like a combo item cross randomizer. So it makes it possible so that all the items that you get in Oracle of Seasons are available in Oracle of Ages, so you can basically play one game essentially. And it's a sort of a randomizer as well. But it's not a challenge like this. It is interesting though. Ooh, I would totally watch that. Mighty Collector says, someday I need to stream a glitch and Game Genie run of Link's Awakening. So when I first got my original NES collection, I actually got a Game Genie with it. And the booklet. My uncle gifted me his collection, and I got the booklet of codes, and I used to use the booklet of codes mostly for Super Mario Brothers games. But it had a ton of different codes for different classic games, and the main code I used for Mario 3 was to give myself more lives, and also the Skywalker code, or the moon jump code, where you could basically jump super high into the air and then land very like Superman style, giant leaps. And you could clear a level in like 2 or 3 jumps. It was a lot of fun. Then I also got the Game Shark on my Game Boy and figured out how to walk through walls and onto the roofs of buildings like the Poke Centers and Poke Gyms in Pokemon Blue and Pokemon Red. I would totally watch a stream of just like little glitches and stuff like that. It's really fun roaming the glitch world, absolutely. If you ever run into a glitch, I encourage you to post it, or like an interesting bug, I encourage you to post it in our Bug Biosphere channel. It's all about insects and creepy crawlies and bugs in general, but also bugs and glitches in games like Missing No and so forth. I actually posted some Link to the Past enemy glitches that we got yesterday in our run. But the glitch world can be pretty fun. I've seen some interesting corruption videos where people corrupt ROMs, and I've talked about this before, but a friend of mine found at a garage sale an actual cart of DuckTales on NES, but it was super glitched out in that the music was kind of wonky. I don't know, we had postulated that it might have been like an intentional thing where it was like modded and meant to glitch this way, but as you moved from left to right, everything behind Scrooge would glitch out. Scrooge wouldn't, but everything, all the platforms behind Scrooge would glitch out and all the graphics would be glitched, but everything ahead of Scrooge would stay the same. So it almost looked like he was like this like universe-destroying all-seer, the Scrooge of McDuck. It was like this like overlord, you know, this interdimensional overlord in the form of a rich asshole duck. Just destroying everything he touches. But he could walk back through the glitch world, but all the enemies were destroyed if they were glitched out. So it was a pretty funny thing. And it was just like, what an odd find in a garage sale. You never know what you're going to find, but they bought it thinking, okay, well, I want this game. I'm going to play this game. It wasn't labeled as a glitched game. So I think it would take too much work to create something intentionally like that and then take it off of a cartridge and put it back on a cartridge. But you never know. I am of the belief that that was just a glitched, haunted, everyone's copy of DuckTales is personalized kind of situation. But I'll leave it at that. I mean, I've experienced, an NES cart glitching out and switching to a screen of just numbers and symbols, and then everything's unplayable. But this was a playable game. You could keep playing it. Mighty Collector says, I made some Game Genie codes over the years by entering random letters. One makes you not fall into pits and water, which makes navigating the glitch dungeons easier. Oh, interesting. And is that specifically in Link's Awakening? That's very cool. I'm getting my audio cutting out here and there. Let me know if that's happening on your end. That's really neat though. So you made a code that essentially let you like walk on pits and water. Another replaces Link's sprite with the Shy Guy. Heck yeah. That's right, because the Shy Guys appear in the Link's Awakening game. I remember that. So this is great. We found Itorama's place, obviously. We've got ourselves a blue magic rod now. Quite useful. We're spending all our money on it, but I will 100% say that's useful. There isn't a limit on using it, which is nice. And it passes through blocks. Oh shit. That's the... okay, this is an awful room. Leave me alone! Oh! Fuck off. Wow. Here's a magic rod. I can also... Alright. Just walk out. I'll be here. You like turned around. You were just turning around. You're like, I can also offer you a cup of tea. And you were just like getting the tea as soon as you turned. Oh. Okay. It's ridiculous. Oh, nice. Money Collector says, I got good results entering random codes for Mortal Kombat 2 as well. Would that have been a Game Genie for the Game Boy? Oh. Easy there. What a time to have a leg twitch. We have to find Itorama again. We totally failed. Let's see if we can find your house again. It seemed to work better for Game Genie than other consoles. Nice. Oh. Oh, wait, did we fail? Did we? Do we have another chance through save state? Can we do it? Fridge cake, you're a fridge cake. A cake you put in the fridge. The kind that wasn't so great when it was fresh, so you kept it in the fridge, because if it was good, you would have eaten it. You would have eaten it, you fridge cake. Next time, be better. Ah, yes. 2 fridge cakes down. Ah, yes. I didn't know there was a Game Genie on the Game Boy. I had Game Shark, but I know Game Shark and Game Genie were competitors. There's a trick to making up codes for NES too, though. Yeah, totally. I've seen people on YouTube years ago, like early YouTube, just kind of messing around with Game Genie codes, and just at random I've put in codes, but I don't think I've made anything coherent. Nope, you shut up. No, don't shut up. I was like, shut up notification, and then I saw it was my partner messaging me, and then I was like, no! Don't shut up! No! Yeah, I think there's an art to making codes. There's a certain... But then again, there's got to be some sort of randomness attributed to it as well. I don't know about you, if I rubbed a magic lamp, I would much rather have a genie appear out of it Like an ancient genie, then an ancient shark. Because that would suck. You rub the wrong magic lamp. It's a 50-50 chance it's an ancient genie or an ancient shark. Good, it's just a two-header. Oh. Can't use magic on these bad boys. Can't use magic on these bad boys. Come on. Fridge cake. Fuck it. Fuck it. Nope. Oh, you can't use it. I just suck. Oh. Fuck you. That wand only works as a melee attack against this boss. And it does the same damage as the first sword. Okay, good to know. Save me. Ah, it's actually how swordless challenges of Legend of Zelda 1 NES are possible, because if you have the wand, then you can still do damage against this boss. But you have to go right up close. That's wild. Room 51, let's go. Keep it going. Our personal best is room 109. Move over, honey. Room after 109. I said we PB'd once, we PB'd twice. Ooh, it would be really nice if we could make it to room after 109. Fuck off. Are there two wands in this game, or is it just the one? I wander. I wander. Is there just the wand? Just one wand, but the book upgrades it. Nice. Because you get the two canes in Link to the Past. But they do different things. Hey, there's our first likes. took us 57 stages to run into a like. Is there a like that appears in Link to the Past? I think like maybe once. I'm trying to think. In the vanilla game where it would appear. There definitely are in Minish Cap for sure. In multiple different locations. If you haven't played Legend of Zelda Minish Cap on Game Boy Advance, I highly, highly recommend it. I hope that it's going to be available on the Switch for people to visit and play. I can sort of envision the sprite in my mind, but I think it might be the Minish Cap one I'm thinking of, because it actually has like a rupee dangling from it, almost like an anglerfish. Room 64 with our first Gibdo. And we've already hit the max for bombs. You know what, I think they might not be in Link to the Past. I think, like thinking about the sprite, I'm thinking of the Game Boy games, and I'm thinking of Minish Cap, which are all made by Capcom. Well, not the Link's Awakening is not. But the Oracle games have likes for sure. I think I might just be thinking of the Minish Cap sprite. Whoa. Watch out for these glowing orbs. Get the fuck out of my way. Thank you. You didn't take that much damage, to be honest. Come to think of it, there's something else in Link to the Past that steals your shield. Is it one of the thieves? Because there's like two types of thieves. There's one you can attack and one you can't. And they typically both kind of charge at you. Unless the things you're thinking of are likes, and then they're just weird. Yeah, it might just be the thieves. I don't know. Okay. You ready? Let's go. Room 70, we got ourselves another boss. Damn it. Oh, it's a 3-header. Fuck. That's awful. Okay. Whoa. We got ourselves a different boss. I didn't think it was going to randomize. I thought they were predetermined. Well, this is much better. Yes! Perfect. There's something that sticks out in... Oh, something that sticks out a tentacle and grabs a shield. I know what you're talking about. In A Link to the Past, it might just be the grabbing hand. I don't know. That's what's coming to mind to me. We got so lucky with that, by the way, getting the blue ring and also getting a separate boss. It's a terrible room. Yes. They can't handle us all shooting at the same time. According to Zelda Wiki, they appear in the Game Boy Advance version of Link to the Past. Weird. I've never played like that enough to pay it any mind. That's funny. Interesting. Room 75. I think we can do it, folks. I think this could actually be the run, where we can beat our personal best, and, you know, who knows how far we can go after that. But if we can earn ourselves a couple more heart containers here, and stay relatively fully healed. I can hear a boss. Is this another boss? I heard a boss, at least. Oh, looks like my partner's home. Ah, the rabbit. The rabbit reminds me so much of Mips every time. Mips, the rabbit that you need to chase down in Mario 64. Okay, I'll be right back. Just one sec. That's a terrible, terrible room to be in. Okay, folks, I'm back. My partner's just getting home. This is Tall Meowth's Jam. I think a lot of songs are Tall Meowth's Jam, for sure. Wacky, wavy, inflatable, flailing arm, flailing tube, Meowth. Alright, folks. We back. Oh. Yes. Ooh. Gotta get out of that room. You do not want to be in a room with those statues shooting orbs at us. Five hits. Ooh. Wow. So the red ones take 3 hits each. The red Gorias. Name a progressive rock band from Hyrule. Goria's Heap. Like and Tina Turner. Like and Tina Turner. Whew. Oh, okay. Room 81. The wand doesn't do anything. Or does it? No. Just melee damage. This is an awful room to be in as well. Yikes. Ugh. Definitely get me out of there. Pea hats. Ooh. Yo! Cyphers, welcome in. Let me get a shout out for Cyphers. If you're not following Cyphers, please go give them a follow. Really awesome channel over there. They're the one that let me know about this challenge, and I've watched many a Zelda 1 randomizer stream over there. If you're a fan of Z1, go check it out. We were talking about DuckTales earlier. If you're a fan of Capcom NES games and speedrunning, we were talking about earlier as well. You can't do any damage with the wand on the pea hats, huh? Wow. Quite the party. Yes. Ugh. This is a dance. That's so funny. Happy Saturday, Cyphers. We did a little bit of this yesterday. I tried it for the first time yesterday, and then I got to room 109. And then we played a little bit of Link to the Past randomizer, which I haven't done in a while. And I got 11 out of 20 Triforce pieces, so not no completed runs, but we've been digging back into the Zelda universe. It's been super fun. Whoop, 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 whoop. And I think playing this is giving me a little more confidence in tackling Zelda 1 Vanilla and Zelda 1 Randomizer, which I haven't yet done on the stream. It's been 12 years since I played this original game, and I last beat it on the Wii as part of the Virtual Console. My strat here is like take an opportunity if I can, but try and follow the same one until it stops. Come on. The P-hats in Minish Cap are awful. This thing's not stopping. Come on. At least the recorder helps with P-hats in this one if you get it. Oh, that's right. It destroys the P-hats? Oh. Something like that. It makes them sit down. Sit down! You lose. Good day, sir. I drink your milkshake. Recorders help with making sure audio saves too. That's true. Come on. Stop. Yes. First time we encountered that many P-hats. Oh. Perfect. That is perfect. The very next room. We're like, a breath of fresh... Oh, shit. Another UFO? Another Chinese spy balloon? Holy shit. Another distraction in the news? We've already made first contact with aliens a long time ago. A very long time ago. They're just not going to tell us about that. Do you think we'd be involved as the general populace in that conversation? Absolutely not. You know what I want to see Nintendo do? Just to totally throw us a complete curveball into the mix in their plan for games coming out in the future. Like, to be honest, one, I've been super stoked on the Nintendo Direct news that we got. I'm a huge fan of Metroid Prime, so I'm really glad that we got a remaster, and that it's just out, which is really cool. And also that Game Boy games and Game Boy Advance games are available on the Switch and available multiplayer, like things like Mario Kart Super Circuit, for example. I grew up playing with those games, and they're just absolutely amazing. Game Boy Advance has an awesome catalog, even though there's tons of shovelware to dig through. It's actually got a lot of really cool games. So it's really cool to see that. But I'd love to see Nintendo release DLC for their old school games. So I know they've actually put out interesting challenges if you have the Nintendo NES or SNES online apps or that service on the Switch, where you've actually got sort of like a save state. You can start like a game from the second quest, or you can start a game with all of the unlocked items, or at the final boss fight. And so there's like these little mini challenges that are kind of built into the app. So I really like that idea. But imagine if they released like a new dungeon, like a continuation of the story to like this or Zelda 2. Like DLC packs for the retro games. Something that continues you like right after you beat Bowser in Super Mario World, and there's like another 3 worlds or something that they release. They will eventually, in about 13 or 14 years, they're going to cash in on the randomizer scene. but it'll be too late. Kind of like they've cashed in on the level design thing. A little too late with Mario Maker, but I want to see more Mario Maker. I want to see Mario Maker 3. I want to see more games kind of that experiment. And I think that Nintendo's doing all the right things with experimentation. I think that DLC for retro games would be kind of neat, or like the idea of releasing more challenges. And I think generally just supporting indie developers as well. I think they do a good job with that, and there's lots of really cool indie games out of which. Where's my Metroid Maker? Isn't there like... Sorry. Hold on a second. Isn't there like a fan-made Mega Man Maker? I think I've seen it, or YouTube videos of it at least. Metroid Maker would be funny. I'd make a Metroid where you have all the power-ups from your previous mission and you don't lose them at the beginning. You just have them and you keep them. Yeah, I think there is a Mega Man Maker, which is super cool because, I mean, there's so much in that universe that you can pull from. And also, those levels are quite, they usually require some tight precision platforming. So to be able to make custom-made levels, Mega Man levels, is pretty cool. Metroid Maker would be great. Where's my Metroid Tennis? That's what I want. Choose your court style. The Varia Clay. The Wave Clay Court. Wait, do we need this? Does this game need to exist? Metroid Tennis, oh my god. Would you just shoot like a little... Would they just be shooting bullets at each other? Like lemons, like Mega Man shoots lemons? And there's like a little Metroid who's the one that's... The little baby Metroid goes for the ball when you lose the ball. They run onto court, or float onto court. You don't know how well received Metroid Pinball was, but you enjoyed that one. Was that on Nintendo DS, I think? Or was it Game Boy Advance? Oh, you thought the Metroid was the ball. Oh, that would be good. Like literal Metroid, like baby Metroid tennis. This is bad. Look at these 3 rooms in a row with the P-hats. Just stop. Yes. Oh, come on. God damn it. When those electric things touch you, when you touch Fuzzy, you get dizzy in this game. That's all I gotta say. And then you can't use your sword. Get out of here. Metroid Pinball was on the original DS, and it came with a rumble pack that went into the Game Boy Advance slot. Ooh, fancy technology. Buy this extra thing, because we don't know how to put it into the system. I think Tilt and Tumble had that as well. It was like an extension. The Kirby pinball game for Game Boy Color. It was an extension of the cart, but no, I don't think I played it. I just remember the commercials. I remember seeing it. I played the really bad. I didn't like it, at least, the Super Mario Pinball, which was on Game Boy Advance. It had pre-rendered graphics, I guess, sort of like the cutscenes in Mario versus Donkey Kong on the Game Boy Advance and Donkey Kong Country, but it just didn't quite hit the mark, in my opinion. Hitorama says, here's an idea. Metroid Tennis, where each player is wearing the Varia suit. The cannon arm turns into a racket. And you can occasionally use a special where the arm catches the ball and fires it out of the cannon. It just like catches the Metroid. The ball would have to be a baby Metroid for sure. Cypher's had Tilt and Tumble as well. I remember renting it. I didn't own it. But I really like the Pokemon pinball games. So I'm not against pinball spin-offs. I just really didn't like the Mario one. It felt like really rudimentary, if that makes sense. We played so many hours of Kirby Pinball. I really love the the Game Boy Advance Pokemon Pinball. Very fun game. Super nostalgic. Total road trip game for me. Oh, nice. Kirby's Tilt and Tumble was the best used game you got for the original Game Boy. Hell yeah. Well, that's worth our Game Boy emote, that's for sure. If you're one of our followers, feel free to drop it in the chat. The Kirby Pinball game. The tension. The tension is real. Can we do it? What? You had Little Mermaid pinball at a garage sale on Game Boy Color? It was one of the ones with the big Rumble cartridge, but it kind of sucked. I actually really... Like, I don't have any problems with Little Mermaid NES, the Capcom game. I really enjoyed it. I really like the fact that it's quick. And I also really like the fact that it's the easiest of the Disney Capcom games. Plus, it's a platformer, but most of it's underwater. So there's less jumping and more swimming going on. It can be beat pretty quickly. In fact, we beat it on stream. Capcom NES games. Chef kiss. So good. That's a cool garage sale find. We were talking about garage sale finds earlier. Thankfully, it wasn't one where the Little Mermaid or Ariel, where it was a dimensional overlord who could travel between dimensions and glitching out everything behind her. Can you see the rumble? Can you see it? Can you see what the rumble is bumbling? Let's get ready to shake things up. Can you see what the GBA is cooking? Wait, was there a Cooking Mama game for Game Boy Advance? You would imagine the source of the rumble would require a larger cart. Well, you can't rumble a DS game. Can't rumble that DS. It's the biggest downside. Yes. You stay out of here. You stay on vacation. Oh. You want to play Cooking Mama so bad. You haven't been able to get it working properly, and your DS isn't working. You know what? Actually, I was surprised at how good, and I don't know if it's still available now or anything like that, but I was surprised at how good the Cooking Mama was for mobile. I played it on my tablet and on the phone. They did a really good job at translating it. Oh no, we're at stage 90. We can't have this. Or 93. We're so close. Oh no. How do you fight these guys in Zelda 1? Oh, okay, we can use the wand. You're the one that I want. With the half a heart. Look at this. Moon Doom mode. If you're new to the channel, this is a state that my gamer brain somehow sends me in magnetically every single time. Even when I'm unintentionally trying to play a game in one-hit KO mode. For some reason, I always gravitate towards one-hit KO mode. And it kind of sucks with Zelda games because you're just constantly hearing the beep of shame. So, my apologies. But it always ends up happening, no matter what game. And then I end up like doing well with just a sliver of health and my little save state backups. But if I have full health for some reason, my brain's like, nah, it's just, I'm not comfortable here. Hold on a second, let's fix this up. Watch. We'll get this. Let's see how long I can hold on to this health. Ciphers, I like the beep of shame. Do you like dance to it? It's like bum 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 bum. This size battery is also classified as R8D425. I like it. It's more of that. It's your jam. The beep of shame will teach you to always save state before every beep level. Unless you have no shame. That is just wild. Come on. At least they're not doing damage to us. But every time we get hit by those fuzzies, it stops us from being able to do any damage. You know, I never actually saw these as skulls until just now. I understand what enemy this is. This is a skull with like fire around it, like a will-o'-the-wisp. And we actually have a sticker in our Discord that specifically is the original artwork of this character. And I was always thinking, like, where the hell is that in the game? It's this. I see it now. I see the flashing skulls. I will forever see them in my eyelids. Hey, get out of here. Does touching them make you also get dizzy? Yep, because it stuns Link. So these fuzzies also make you dizzy. It stuns Link, and you're unable to use your sword. You can actually still use the wand, believe it or not, but you're unable to use your sword. It kind of stops you for a split second. Oh, found your house. We found you. I bet you'd like to have more stuff. So this upgrades the what? Was this what you were saying earlier, Mighty Collector? That if we get the book, it's going to upgrade the wand. Touch Fuzzy, get Stunzy. What could possibly go wrong? Is this something we need? Wand makes fire when it hits. Ooh, wand to make fire. Here, let's see. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Is this what you would normally use in the original Zelda to burn bushes? Our personal best is 109, folks. It's right here. If you're just popping in, we are doing the Ancient Dungeon Challenge. Oh. This is not a good room to fight this boss in because of the orbs. Not letting that happen. Trying to beat our personal best. We're on room 106, and our best is 109. So we're super close. 100% using save states. No, get out of here. Yes, we landed a hit. Fuck off. Get me out of here. How many save states later? No, we don't have a potion. $109. The last run was 40 minutes to get to 109. This took us an hour and 9 minutes. A minute a room. No, not a minute a room. I don't know math. Fuck, that sucks. So poetic. It's like poetry. It repeats itself. Well. No. So I kind of want to switch to Link to the Past. I've got a seed loaded up, so we're going to do that. We're going to flip over. We're going to do some Triforce hunting in Link to the Past. I feel like that was a perfect little poetic ending to the Ancient Dungeon runs for now. But definitely a challenge I want to keep doing, and you'll 100% see me doing more of this. Of course, if you want to go watch the previous one, you can go to my YouTube channel and check it out, or check out some of the other challenges we've done. Stick around. We're going to be doing some Link to the Past Triforce Hunt. What that is we've randomized every single item check, all the items you get from bosses, the items that you get in treasure chests in the light world and the dark world. Plus, we've randomized the playable character that we're playing as. Yesterday, we played as Paula from Earthbound, but we've also played as Sailor Moon, as Homer Simpson, Bart Simpson, Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life, a bird, a fish flapping around. There's all sorts of cool stuff that you can play as. We played as characters from Celeste, and we've also randomized we're going to be listening to our own soundtrack, and we've randomized the color palettes of the enemies, the color palettes of each area, and the amount of damage each enemy does to us. Not the amount they can take, but just the amount that they deal. So yeah, stick around for that. It will not be long. Link to the Past up next. Hey everyone, welcome back to the 3Ohm No Poo live stream. Thanks for watching live at twitch.tv/3ohm_no poo. Because you know what it's like here in this channel. There's no poo. We won't stand for it. I only do poo-less percentage speedruns. Anyone watching on YouTube is going to have no idea what that's a reference to because the chat is not in the videos. No poo. Man, Gygus will be tough with only 3 characters. The music's having a time, isn't it? Huh, yes. Legend of the Mega Man, A Link to the Three. Is the game audio too loud? Is the music too loud? Let me know. I can probably adjust it. Just a tick too loud. Okay, how about that? Nice. That's better. Because then if I'm talking, you can also hear the sound effects. Hey, and we're playing as Dark Link or Shadow Link from Zelda 2. But somebody made a custom sprite here in Link to the Past. This is one of the bosses that you fight. Your sort of shadow doppelganger. And of course, let's start in our house, because that's the way to go. 50 rupees. It does still seem a little... Maybe that's a bit better for the sound effects. There we go. How abrupt. The music. Very cool. This is music from Willow, the Willow NES game based off of the George Lucas fantasy movie. And it reminds me so much of A Summer Place by Percy Faith, which was a huge hit in like the early 60s. It's so similar if you look it up. Aw, thank you. That's so cute. My partner brought me some hot chocolate, and it looks like I'm matching the mug today. In my Homer Simpson mug. Now my sister bought this for me years ago. And it's quite a big mug. Not sponsored. We've been rewatching The Simpsons, the classic series, and we're on season 8 right now. Rewatching it all. Alright, we got lots of places that we can go. So yeah, we just have a whole bunch of different random video game music in the background today. We'll see what this is all about. I might actually just bring the volume down just a touch. Because it seems to be like all full blast NES stuff. I feel like that might be a better balance. What do you think? Not too loud? I think why not? Let's actually just explore the castle first. We didn't do this yesterday, we went a completely different route. But what we're doing is we're obviously still looking for all the item checks. We want to find a bunch of items, we want to find things to be able to unlock other item checks, like the boots, the hammer, and stuff like that. But we're just looking for 20 pieces of the Triforce, so we don't need to take on any of the bosses. We don't need to take on Ganon necessarily. Great. Damn, that is a good hot chocolate. If you have any questions about any of the music, if you're curious about it or you want to hear more music from that game, just let me know and I can find out what it is. And some of this music is actually from Sega's early console, the SG-1000. Oh, wow. A lot of the enemies are hitting for more than 3 hearts, so it's not, not working out in our favor exactly. Let me just bring this down here. Yes! The blue tunic right away. Not a fantastic sprite, but they didn't really even bother with the shading on it, but that's okay. Let's try this again. Oh, it's bombs. Usually it drops snakes. Yes. Let us stop for a cup of tea or hot chocolate. Those are the thieves I was talking about. I don't think they can steal your shield. Now, Mighty Collector, you were mentioning that the like-likes appear in the Game Boy Advance version of Link to the Past, and for most people that don't know, so Link to the Past was ported over to the Game Boy Advance. I didn't realize there was extra content, to be honest, but it was ported over with Four Swords Adventures. Or was it just called, I think it was just called Four Swords. Four Swords Adventures is the GameCube one. But it was a game that really relied on multiplayer gameplay. And I have not played it, actually. Same with the GameCube game. I have not played it. Let's take one of these fish with us. So we got ourselves a piece of heart. Ooh, a piece of heart. Ooh, a piece of heart. If we take the fish with us all the way to Kakariko Village, we'll get a little bit of everything from the salesman, the merchant there. A little bit of magic, a little bit of hearts, some bombs, some rupees, and arrows. Whoa, nope. Wow. If anyone's curious, this is the title music to a Commodore 64 game called Battle Valley. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect, perfect. That's what we want. We're walking with the fish. That's okay. You son of a bitch. Wow, that was so lucky. It's quite the journey. Since we're right here, we might as well just get the intel to see what item this is. We don't have any bombs at the moment, but this minigame is going to get us 1 arrow, so we know it's not worth it. And it's not worth the bomb, because we already have 5. So we'll just completely skip that entirely. I like the color palette here. It's different every map, but it works really nicely in Kakariko Village. And same with yesterday when we played the previous run as Paula from Earthbound. The color palette was really cool, very different. Not clean water though. These people are not drinking clean water, unfortunately. What? 1 arrow is totally worth a challenging minigame. The biggest challenge is when you lift a bush in this game, or cut a bush with your sword. There's a chance that an enemy can spawn from underneath it. But because the randomizer happens, any enemy can spawn. So sometimes we can spawn an enemy that just destroys us in 1 shot, especially because enemy damage, like the amount they deal to you, is randomized as well. So you can really just kind of paint yourself into a corner. Lift yourself into a corner. There we go, see? Rupee, arrows, bomb, magic, rupee. And when we have 100 rupees, we'll be able to buy something from the merchant as well, which is normally the bottle in the vanilla game. But of course, it could be anything. It could be anything. Yes, early hammer is fantastic. And that is the ether medallion. which does this. Our first Triforce piece, and nice, the mushroom. So the mushroom can be traded to the witch for an item when we meet the witch. I wanted to call the witch Matoya for some reason, but I think the witch is named Syrup. Matoya is the name of the witch from Final Fantasy I on NES, Matoya's Cavern. So that's a pretty good haul. A very useful item. Basically gloves, boots, the hammer, and the moon pearl are some of the biggest items that I want to find at the beginning, because the boots are going to get us to move around faster. The gloves are going to open up a ton of places that are currently glove locked. You need to have gloves to be able to lift certain rocks. And there's an example. See? But look, we've actually got ourselves in a situation where this particular enemy doesn't do damage to us at all. Every time the green guard randomizes, it's just going to push us around. It's still dangerous because it can push us into stuff. But we got really lucky in that the randomized damage that we got for this specific enemy is 0. Stop it. Interesting. Hey, he was selling the book for 100 rupees. That's perfect. That's going to open up the Desert Palace. Once we get the gloves, we'll be able to do the whole Desert Palace. And actually, I think we need a fire source as well, but doing pretty good to start. Yes, we got the bottle. Having the bottle means that we can get every single check in Kakariko Village where we are right now. Nothing will be locked away behind anything. And when I say every check, I mean we can get every item that's available to us currently, or every item that's available to us in this area, in this map. And that's a good spot to be in the beginning. We also got ourselves a bee in that bottle, which is quite useful. Ooh, we got some pink. The bottle normally has medicine, so here's the bottle of medicine, and then we get some rupees. Thank you. Then we go the back way into the cafe, or the pub. And we get ourselves the red boomerang. That's the second level boomerang, I believe. So you can see it's sparkling. That's a good thing to get right away. And very satisfying to use, much more satisfying in this than in Zelda 1. And again, let me know if I need to adjust volume at any time. Let's check what our pull item is, which is basically any number of items. I think with a randomizer run, you can randomize this, and there's a chance for you to get 3 different items when you pull on specific trees all around the overworld, or when you pull on this painting. So it gives us arrows. Oh. Look how lucky we are. So lucky. This is also our first time playing as a Shadow Link here. It's the only place we haven't checked. Wow. Okay. Now that's just dangerous. Oh, wow. So that doesn't do anything to that enemy. Okay. Wow. Ho, 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 ho. And our second Triforce piece. Since we know what the minigame item is down below, we can probably just check out Lost Woods. So there's a couple checks here, and in the top right there's going to be a couple of lumberjacks in this house here. And they're going to be cutting a tree. Behind the house, we will be able to see what item is waiting for us, but we can't access that item until two things. We need the Master Sword to be able to access the fight to Aghanim, and we need to defeat Aghanim. And we also need the Pegasus Boots to be able to knock the top off the tree and get access to this item. But we're going to be able to see it first. So you'll notice there's a lot of like little intel moments. And you want to take opportunities as you're passing through certain areas to grab some intel, pick up some items. If you're not going to get an item, get some intel, you know, at least. Hey. Okay, so the first level boomerang, don't really need it. How is that not causing immediate forest fire? I have no idea. Hey, getting the gloves. Fallen right into the gloves. That's perfect. So that's going to open up a ton of areas. That means that the Desert Palace is completely open to us. That also means that there's a lot of things that aren't blocked off to us. We don't have the Moon Pearl right now, but once we do, we'll be able to basically withstand being in the Dark World. In the original Link to the Past, if you don't have the Moon Pearl item, whenever Link goes to the Dark World and you can portal there, even if you have the mirror and you can bring yourself back, you're going to be in Bunny Link form. And Bunny Link form is like a pink bunny that looks kind of like in the shape of Link, the sprite. And basically it's your animal form. But you can't use any of your items, you can't pick things up, you can't attack enemies, you can't pick things up to throw things at enemies. You're basically defenseless. So you need that Moon Pearl. And because we don't have the Moon Pearl, we can't do much. But the fact that we have the hammer is good, because once we do get to the Dark World, we'll be able to not be fully locked up. We'll be able to traverse the Dark World a little bit. We don't have the lantern yet, so we can't explore the dark caverns here, but we can pick that up, so we're not fully locked up. And this is one of the trees you can pull. Not giving us arrows, giving us hearts. And so the item it gives you is actually kind of based on how many enemies you've killed on the overworld up to this point. It's kind of an odd thing that it's based off of, to be honest. But it is a thing. Just go check what the lumberjack item is. See, they're working on this, and until we defeat Aghanim and come back here with the Pegasus boots and run into this, we can't access this item yet. Oh, come on. An insta-kill enemy was underneath that bush. If we were doing a race, and I've seen lots of people race this on stream or in tournaments, we would be absolutely failing right now. Oh, and it's just pointless rupees. We can farm for rupees later on. Now that we have the gloves, we've actually got a place already open to farm for rupees, so we can just ignore this place completely. Same with the minigame south of Kakariko, because we don't need one arrow. Me and my arrow. Do straighter than arrow. Yeah, I think we can do this. I'm digging this music. This is from Karate Champ, which is a Data East game. My favorite Data East game, 100% has to be Burger Time. It's just like Donkey Kong Jr., or the classic Popeye arcade game. And it's so fun. You build burgers. I wouldn't eat those burgers because you're walking all over them. We need magic. We don't have a bag of magic. Or, is it magic? Can we do this? Nope. This is an interesting seed. It's a very slow-moving one. Yesterday we played for already this long and we had almost like 8 or 9 Triforce pieces. Something like that. So you never know what the seed you're going to get, kind of similar to the Mario 64 randomizer. You never know if you're going to get a good flow of stars at the beginning, or it's just going to take forever for you to build up stars. Go, Beedrill, I choose you. Use Fury Attack. Nice. Okay, we did all of... Let's check this out. We did all of Kakariko. We know that right here is the minigame, and there's the single arrow. We don't need it. We know that the desert is open to us completely, so we could do that. And we could farm for rupees and heal along the way. We did do this, and we opened up the healing cave at the very beginning, just south of our house, which is up here. I think we need to go here, but I think we need to go there in the Dark World. Let me just quickly check. I'll go do that. We don't have the flippers, so we can't do any of the water checks yet, but there's still some things we can do. So I think what I will do is go check this out first, and then let's go to the desert temple. Maybe we can find a fire source before we hit the desert palace. Raisins. No. Ugh. Poison craisins. Who knew? Sometimes you just gotta jam along to the music, you know? That's all I can do. So we didn't find a source of fire. I really want that lantern. The lantern is key for exploration later on. Yeah, we can do some farming. No. No. The desert is just a healthy field. Yes, nice. To go early is really good. Bow down to me. Quick, the performance is over. Go ahead, take a bow. Every performer gets one to take home. You gotta make your own arrows, though. Bow down before me. Wow, Guile's theme really does go with everything. This is actually music from Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. Oh, nice. You recognize the music because a friend has recently been playing Mystic Quest. So I actually never played it. I've seen people play it, but never played it myself. The battle system kind of reminded me a little bit of Dragon Quest, more so than classic Final Fantasy. Just from some of the footage I've seen, but I have not played it. Just heard the infamous tales of it being made really easy for Western audiences. Love the orange guards, the orange suit. Nice, we got the boss key early. But I don't think we'll be able to light the fire. It's okay, relax. From the outside in. Chill. Chill out. Hold this. checking your reflexes. Okay, the other knee. Yep, you're good. I'll see you next week. Wow. Can't let that happen. He's not going to be holding anything, will he? Someone sounds like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and me taking a second to check the weather network just to see what the weather's going to be like. Hold on a second. Before we leave, let me just check the weather. Ooh, it's gonna be partly cloudy. Yep. I'm feeling it. A little bit of rain. This is like 100% the style I love drumming in. Like the #1 style. Funk, jazz, soul. My band had a horn section, and that was really fun to drum along to. So much space that they fill. We can at least see if this key is here. It is a key. Dang you. Dead rocks are annoying. Yeah, they're okay. They're not that annoying. They're enemies that kind of follow you where you're going. But if you attack them once, they turn into stone. And they might create like a blocked path. But if you have the gloves, you can pick them up. It's a very uncomfortable way to lay down rabbit. There's a rabbit laying down on its back between two pots. Okay. And we do have the big key. It gives us the map. Big whoop. Big whoop. Nobody wanted the map. Nobody needed the map. I love the Octorok designs in this. You almost got me, but you didn't get me. You almost got me, but you didn't get me. Bye-bye. we're safe. We can take a moment. Are you winning, son? I wouldn't say that, considering we have been playing for about as long as we played yesterday, in terms of Link to the Past. And we had like 10 or 11 Triforce pieces by now. We only have 2. This is a new game, yeah. No, we're not playing as Sally from the Peanuts cartoons. That's funny. We are playing as Shadow Link, who is one of your adversaries in Zelda 2 on the NES. One of the bosses. That's right, I use the word adversaries in normal conversation. What, you want to be my adversary about it? We have different items this time around, but we do have most of the items that we need. I think we're not going to be able to get past here because we don't have the fire. We don't have a lantern or the fire rod. I'm going to try something. And this is music from Shinobi Legions, which is a game for the Sega Saturn. I've never heard of this one before. I definitely knew about the Sega Genesis Shinobi games, but Shinobi on the Sega Saturn is probably pretty good. Has anyone here played it? It went so well with the music. This has GoldenEye vibes, definitely. Yeah, I could totally hear that. 007 GoldenEye vibes. The name's Nobi. Shin Nobi. Stirred, not shaken. Shuriken, not stirred. Oh, that's bad. Shuriken, not stirred. I always lose access to the chat on this work computer. Come on. Okay. So we grabbed this key. I wanted to take it down here. Yeah, this room. Yes, the flippers. Now that might not give us access to this boss right away, but that'll give us access to a bunch of different things. We're gonna go for a swim. Oh god, that water outside is so disgusting though. Maybe that's a bad idea. Even though we're just a shadow, we still have a sense of smell. Oh. And we got lucky. These also just push us around and don't do damage to us through the randomizer. Got really lucky there. So we've seen two types of enemies that have randomized 0 damage. After all that? After all that? Okay. So we have the flippers. So let's do some of these water checks while we can, and head to the cavern where you would normally get the ice rod. I always call it the ice rod cavern. See what we're gonna get, because there's a couple of checks along the way. Oh, come on! What do we gotta be armed with here? The arrows? Wow. That does a ton of damage to us, wow. Well, good thing we have the hammer here. So we can take care of this thing. What a waste. It's okay. We can get more magic. I'll take those. Rupees. And we got the mirror, which means when we do go to the Dark World, we can actually come back outside of the portal. And the Master Sword. This is exactly why you always gotta talk to this guy. There's a couple of NPCs that look like enemies that I always run into the situation of, or I used to early on, run into the situation of like forgetting to talk to them, and I'd be looking for one really important item. And here we go. So now we get access to Aghanim, which means we have access to the Dark World outside of the portals. But I think because we have the gloves and the hammer, we've already got access to all the portals at this point. And right away, light arrows. So that's what we need to defeat Ganon. Boom. Done. We got him. That's awesome. And our third Triforce piece. So you can't get lives in this game, but this is a pretty hype moment, and good. Music change. Drop a 3-up emote or a moon emote in the chat if you're one of our followers or subscribers. This is our first 3-up moment. First one of the entire stream. And you don't get them that often in non-Mario streams. That's our third Triforce slice achieved. Three of them. 3. It's always funny when a drummer really just wants to focus on the ride bell. Tink, 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 tink. More ride bell. Yeah, look at this water. It's disgusting. I gotta swim in that? I guess I'll go for a swim once my anime opening titles from 1992 are finished. Once the credits roll. Pull out your lighters, folks. It's the video game music equivalent of Freebird. Just goes on for 9 minutes. If you're curious, this is music from Mega Man Battle and Chase on the PlayStation 1. Oh. We would die, wouldn't we? Jazz hands. Oh, can't do it quick enough. Still get hit. I think it's just rupees down there. So I think the only thing we need to do is just avoid it. Ooh. We're in the bubblegum cavern, apparently. 10 pointless arrows. So we've checked all the items here. Just for safety, we're gonna save and quit. Let's do the water checks. We don't have the lantern yet, so it doesn't really make sense to go to the Eastern Palace just quite yet. But we can absolutely stop for a cup of tea. Oh, never mind, that's not tea. We do not need a potion yet. And we could go for that, because we have the mirror. Oh, this water's disgusting. It's like we're swimming through the ooze or something. This music is from the Genesis game, The Ooze. Just in case you didn't know. Ugh. Come on. Thanks again to Mighty Collector for the raid earlier, by the way. This better be worth it. You have to perfectly time it. Nope. That was my chance. Hug it! That was it. Maybe that's our chance. Feck off. There's gotta be a way. How close? How close? It's just very unfortunate enemy placement. You know what? It's going to be something super important, but there's no way we're going to complete this run tonight anyways, so whatever. Yeah. That's right. We're just chilling. There's a few things we haven't done yet. And one of them is take on the actual Hyrule Castle. Hey, we haven't done the Sanctuary yet, have we? We have not. Kind of want to do this the natural way. Okay, let's let's take on the castle. See, the Tektites are not as aggressive in this in comparison to Legend of Zelda 1. They're always attacking you, always jumping towards you, and doing double jumps. In this, you could walk by like 3 of them, they'd be fine. They're not necessarily like gonna go for you. Uh-oh, something's wrong with the castle, folks. What's going on? Oh, they don't do damage to us. How lucky are we getting? Ugh. Just 4 damage to us. Whew. Hey, look, it's a lever. We need to get 500 coins so we can go do the Zora check. Or 500 rupees. Yes, I call them coins. Get over it. I gotta wait till I have enough rings. we're definitely not it's not a Triforce piece heavy seed so far. That's for sure. And earlier with the Zelda Ancient Dungeon mod that we played for Zelda NES, we literally matched our personal best. In a feat of poetry, we also got to stage 109. It took us an hour and 9 minutes this time, as opposed to 45 minutes. But we got there. We matched our personal best. I can make an exact copy of that peanut butter sandwich. Yes. Oh wait, there's sections here that are dark. We don't have the lantern. We don't have that lantern. Just trying to think of where we haven't gone yet that would have a lot of items. I don't want to do the Eastern Palace because, again, we don't have the light source. There'll be too many dark rooms where we won't be able to navigate. Oh, come on. Come on. Nice. See what Sahasrara has to say. Go earn the green pendant in the Tower of Hera, and I'll give you something. Heart piece. 420 and a shield. Alright. Well, we're at 4 out of 20. That seems like the right time to call it. I want to say thanks to everyone that's been hanging out. We pretty much had every one of our mods pop in today too, which was really fun. I hope you all had a good Saturday so far. And of course, lots of people streaming tonight, but you chose to hang out here, so I appreciate it. Thanks for popping in. If you are new to the channel, again, my name's 3UpMoon. You can also call me Matt, and I stream here every single day from 5 or 6 p.m. Pacific. On Wednesdays and Thursdays, I stream during the day at 10 a.m. Pacific, and I do retro games like this, these randomized challenges. I also do a series called the Retro Roulette, where I curate themed lists of retro games, and you can spin the wheel, and whatever game we get, I have to play. Plus we do things like Super Mario 64, Randomizer, and if you're interested in classic cartoons or animations, animated series, or classic comics and things like that, feel free to join my Discord. We do streams over there. We also do indie dungeon crawler games over there as well, so different ones. If you're interested in that style of game, then feel free to join. Thank you again to Mighty Collector for the raid. Thank you to Eternal Symmetry for the raid, and to Henny Blank for the resub. Who are we gonna raid today? Whose stream are we gonna kick the door in on? Hey, we haven't hung out with Dorian in a while. Dorian Z-Drink, everyone. Let's go hang out there. I will see you in the next episode. Oh, it was playing twice. That's funny. I will see you in the next episode. I will probably be doing more of the Ancient Dungeon Challenge soon. And of course, I will be live tomorrow around 5 p.m. Pacific. Take care, everyone. Have a great weekend.